The Unraveling, a dark romance novel. Prologue. The Manhattan skyline stretched before me like a kingdom of glass and steel, glittering in the dying light of another expensive sunset. 72 floors up, the world looked small, manageable, mine to control. I'd always loved heights. Maybe it was the illusion of power they provided, or maybe I just liked looking down on everyone else. Dr. Elias Vance, my former mentor, once told me that my God complex would be my downfall. He'd meant it as a warning. I'd taken it as a compliment. "Miss Harlow," Silas Crane's voice cut through my thoughts like a scalpel. Precise, cold, professional. "Your tea?" I turned from the floor-to-ceiling windows of his penthouse office, accepting the delicate porcelain cup he offered. The tea was Darjeeling, first flush, probably cost more per ounce than most people made in a day. Everything about Silas Crane was expensive. His charcoal Tom Ford suit, the Patek Philippe on his wrist, the art on his walls, originals, naturally. Even his smile had the polished quality of something carefully curated and outrageously priced. "You've reviewed the file?" He settled into the leather chair behind his mahogany desk, steepling his fingers. I had, extensively. Knox Morrison, 32 years old, head of the Morrison Syndicate, which was a polite way of saying he ran one of the most ruthless criminal organizations on the East Coast. Arms dealing, money laundering, political corruption, murder, though that was harder to prove. The file had been thorough. 200 pages of psychological profiles, financial records, surveillance photos, and witness testimonies that would never see the inside of a courtroom. What it didn't contain was a single photograph where Knox Morrison looked anything less than completely in control. Ice blue eyes that revealed nothing. A face that could have been carved from marble. Not a crack in the armor. Not a single tell. They called him the Unbreakable. I'd broken worse. "He needs a wife," I said, taking a sip of tea. It was perfect, of course. "For political reasons. The old guard doesn't trust him because he's young, unmarried. They think he's unstable." "Correct." Silas's gray eyes assessed me with the same clinical detachment I usually reserved for my own subjects. "The arrangement has already been made through mutual connections. Your father's family, specifically." I felt the familiar tightness in my chest at the mention of my father. Marcus Harlow, a con artist, manipulator, the man who'd gaslit my mother into believing she was insane until she'd walked into the ocean one cold November morning and never came back. I'd been 16, old enough to understand what he'd done, old enough to vow I'd never be a victim of someone else's mind games. So, I'd become an expert instead. "He doesn't know who I am," I said. Not a question. I'd already confirmed it through my own channels. "He knows you're Ivy Harlow, 28, graduate degree in criminal psychology from Columbia, former FBI consultant. He knows your surface credentials are impeccable." Silas paused. "What he doesn't know is why you're really marrying him." "And what is the real reason?" I set down my teacup, meeting his gaze directly. "To destroy him." The words hung in the air between us, heavy with intent. Outside, the sun had finally set, and the city was transforming into a constellation of artificial stars.
Somewhere down there, Knox Morrison was conducting business, making decisions, ruining lives, completely unaware that his own destruction had just been set in motion. "You want him unstable," I continued, processing the parameters of the job. "Paranoid, emotionally compromised. You want him to make mistakes, big ones, the kind that will make him lose control of his empire."
"I want him broken." Silas stood, moving to the window where I'd been standing moments before. "Knox Morrison has something I need, but as long as he remains himself, he'll never give it up. Fear, however, makes men irrational. Weakness makes them desperate. I need you to introduce both into his life." Psychological warfare. I felt a familiar thrill run through me. This was what I did, what I was good at. How long do I have? "As long as it takes, but I'd prefer results within 6 months. 6 months to dismantle a man who'd survived 3 assassination attempts before his 25th birthday. A man who'd built an empire on the foundation of other people's fear. A man who, according to every psychological profile I'd read, had no weaknesses. Everyone had weaknesses. They just didn't always know what they were yet. "Payment?" I asked. Silas turned back to face me, and for the first time since I'd entered his office, he smiled. It didn't reach his eyes. $5 million, half upon marriage, half upon completion. 5 million. Enough to disappear, to start over, to finally be free of every gray area job I'd ever done, every file that could surface to destroy me. The FBI had let me go quietly, but we both knew why. I'd crossed lines, bent rules, used psychological techniques that weren't exactly approved in any manual. I'd been effective, that's what mattered. And if I fail? The question was academic. I didn't fail. Then certain documentation regarding your previous work might find its way to interested parties. The Kellerman case, for instance, the one where the suspect committed suicide during your interrogation. Very tragic. The official report says you followed protocol, but we both know that's not entirely accurate, don't we?
My blood turned cold, but I kept my expression neutral. Emotion was weakness. Reaction was surrender. I'd learned that from my father, even if I'd learned nothing else worth keeping. "I understand," I said quietly. "Excellent." Silas returned to his desk, sliding a slim folder across the polished surface. "Your new identity, bank accounts, emergency contacts, everything you'll need. The wedding is in 3 weeks. I suggest you use that time to prepare." I picked up the folder, its weight somehow heavier than it should have been. Inside would be my new life, my new role. Wife to a monster, destroyer of men, hunter wearing the disguise of prey. "One more thing," Silas said as I turned to leave. "Knox Morrison isn't like the others you've worked on. He's not a corrupt politician or a white-collar criminal playing at being dangerous. He's the real thing. If he suspects what you're doing, if he discovers the truth, he won't just fire you or divorce you. He'll kill me," I finished. "Eventually, after he's made you wish he had done it sooner." Silas's expression didn't change. Knox Morrison is intuitively familiar with pain, both giving it and receiving it. He knows every method, every pressure point, every way to break a human being without leaving marks that would attract unwanted attention.
So I'll ask you one final time, Ms. Harlow. Are you certain you want this job?" I should have walked away. Dr. Vance would have told me to walk away. Every survival instinct I possessed was screaming at me to walk away. But I'd spent my entire life studying the architecture of the human mind. I knew how to identify load-bearing walls and where to plant explosives. I knew how to infiltrate defenses and rot them from the inside. I knew how to make people question their own sanity, their own reality, until they didn't know which way was up anymore. And I'd never met a fortress I couldn't breach.
3 months, I said, meeting his gaze with absolute confidence. That's all I'll need to break him. Silas smiled that empty smile again. I admire your confidence. Let's hope it's justified. I left his penthouse as the city fully embraced the night, the folder tucked under my arm like a loaded weapon. Somewhere out there, Knox Morrison was living his last few weeks of stability. He just didn't know it yet. 3 months. I'd give myself 3 months to dismantle everything he was, to strip away that famous control, to find the frightened boy I knew had to be hiding somewhere beneath all that ice, and make him surface. Then I'd collect my $5 million and disappear. Simple, clean, professional. What I didn't know, what I couldn't have known, was that Knox Morrison had already read the same file I had, that he knew exactly why I was really marrying him, that he'd been studying me just as carefully as I'd been studying him. What I didn't know was that the trap had already been set, and I was walking straight into it.
I stood at the entrance to the cathedral, my hand resting on my father's cousin's arm, Arthur Harlow, the only member of my father's family who'd agreed to give me away, probably because Silas had paid him handsomely for the privilege. He smelled like expensive cologne and cheaper whiskey, and I could feel him sweating through his Tom Ford tuxedo. "You don't have to do this," he muttered, his voice barely audible over the organ music swelling through the cathedral. "Whatever they're paying you, it's not worth it." I almost laughed. Arthur had no idea what I was being paid, what I was really doing here. He thought this was just another arranged marriage, another business transaction between powerful families. He didn't know I was a weapon being deployed. "I'm fine," I said, adjusting my grip on the bouquet of white roses. They'd been chosen for their symbolism, purity, innocence, new beginnings. All lies, of course, but that was the point. The doors opened, and every head in the cathedral turned to look at me. I'd chosen my dress carefully. Vera Wang. Simple, elegant. White silk that draped over my body like water, with a neckline that was conservative enough to be appropriate, but low enough to be interesting. My dark auburn hair was pulled back in a classic chignon, a few strategically placed pieces framing my face. Natural makeup, pearl earrings. I looked exactly like what I was supposed to be, a well-bred woman from a good family marrying into wealth and power. I looked innocent. I was anything but. My eyes found him immediately. Knox Morrison, standing at the altar in a black Brioni suit that probably cost more than most people's cars, hands clasped in front of him, watching me walk down the aisle with an expression that gave away absolutely nothing. The photographs hadn't done him justice, or maybe they had, and I just hadn't wanted to admit how devastatingly attractive he was. 6'3", broad-shouldered, with the kind of presence that made everyone else in the room seem slightly out of focus. Dark hair with silver threading through it at the temples. Premature, probably from stress or violence, or both. And those eyes, ice blue, sharp, missing nothing. He watched me approach with the same expression a scientist might watch a particularly interesting specimen. Curious, detached, analytical. I felt something cold settle in my chest. This was going to be harder than I'd thought. Arthur handed me over with obvious relief, practically fleeing to his seat. I stepped up to the altar and Knox reached for my hand. His fingers were warm, strong, completely steady. Mine trembled, just slightly. His thumb brushed across my knuckles, once, a gesture that could have been comforting or could have been him noting my weakness. I couldn't tell which, and that unsettled me more than I wanted to admit. The priest began speaking. I barely heard him. I was too focused on the man standing beside me, trying to read him the way I'd been trained to read everyone. But Knox Morrison was a blank page, or maybe he was written in a language I didn't speak yet. "Do you, Knox Alexander Morrison, take this woman to be your lawfully wedded wife?" "I do." His voice was deep, cultured, with the faintest hint of something rougher underneath. Boston, maybe, or somewhere even less refined that he'd worked hard to bury. "And do you, Ivy Margaret Harlow, take this man to be your lawfully wedded husband?" I met Knox's eyes. Up close, they were even more unsettling. Not quite human, too controlled, too perfect.
"I do," I said, and sealed my fate. The kiss was brief, professional. His lips barely brushed mine, and then he was pulling back, turning to face the congregation, with my hand still trapped in his.
Applause. Polite, measured. The sound of people who knew how to pretend to care. We walked back down the aisle together, and I forced myself to smile, to play the part. The blushing bride, the happy wife. Meanwhile, my mind was already working, cataloging everything I'd learned in those few minutes at the altar. Knox Morrison was controlled, dangerously so. That control would be my first target. The reception was held at the plaza, because of course it was. Nothing but the best for the Morrison family. Crystal chandeliers, champagne towers, a string quartet playing Vivaldi, guests in designer gowns and custom suits, all of them speaking in low voices about business and territory and the various ways they planned to destroy their enemies. I stood beside Knox in the receiving line, shaking hands and accepting congratulations from people who wouldn't hesitate to kill me if it served their interests. He kept his hand on the small of my back, possessive, a clear signal to everyone watching, she's mine. The irony wasn't lost on me. "Smile," Knox murmured in my ear as another round of guests approached. His breath was warm against my skin. "You're supposed to be happy." "I am happy," I lied, turning to flash him a bright smile. "I just married the most powerful man in New York." Something flickered in his eyes, amusement, maybe, or recognition. "The most powerful man in New York, is that what you think I am? Isn't it true? Power is relative, Ivy." The way he said my name made it sound like a caress and a threat at the same time. I have influence, resources, the ability to make things happen, but power? He leaned closer, his lips nearly brushing my ear. Real power is knowing exactly what someone wants and using it against them. My pulse quickened. Was that a warning? Did he know? No, impossible. I'd been careful. Silas had been careful. "Then I suppose we're both powerful," I said, recovering my composure, "since we both know what we want."
"Do we?" Knox straightened, and the moment passed. More guests, more handshakes, more lies dressed up as pleasantries. Hours later, after the dinner and the speeches and the first dance where Knox held me with the same clinical precision he probably used to hold a weapon, we finally left. His driver took us to his penthouse in Tribeca. Our penthouse now, I supposed, though I didn't feel like it belonged to me. I didn't feel like anything belonged to me anymore. The elevator ride up was silent. Knox stood on one side, scrolling through his phone. I stood on the other, watching our reflections in the polished doors. We looked good together, the power couple, the perfect match. All surface, no substance. The penthouse was exactly what I had expected. Modern, minimalist, expensive. Floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the city, white walls, black furniture, art that probably cost more than most people's houses. It looked like a magazine spread, perfectly curated, completely impersonal. Knox tossed his keys on the entryway table and shrugged out of his jacket. Underneath, his white shirt was crisp, tailored perfectly to his frame. He loosened his tie with practiced ease, and I found myself watching his hands. They were elegant, capable, hands that had probably killed people. "We should discuss the arrangement," he said, pouring himself 2 fingers of whiskey from a crystal decanter. He didn't offer me one. "The parameters of our marriage." I set my clutch on the console table, taking my time, letting him wait, establishing that I wasn't going to jump at his every word. I'm listening. "This is a business transaction," Knox said, swirling the amber liquid in his glass. "I needed a wife. You needed—" He paused, his eyes finding mine. "Whatever it is you needed. Money, I assume. Security. A name that opens doors." Close enough to the truth to be believable, far enough to keep him from the real answer. "Go on," I said.
"We'll maintain separate bedrooms. You're free to decorate your space however you like. We'll appear together at necessary social functions. You'll play the role of devoted wife in public. In private," he took a sip of whiskey, "in private, we'll maintain a professional distance." "No physical relationship," I clarified. "Not unless mutually agreed upon." His gaze traveled down my body slowly, deliberately, before returning to my face, which seems unlikely. I should have been relieved. This made my job easier. No emotional entanglement, no complicated intimacy to navigate, just a cold, transactional arrangement I could manipulate from a safe distance. So why did I feel insulted? "Fine," I said, crossing my arms. "Anything else?" "Don't interfere with my business. Don't ask questions about what I do or where I go. Don't develop any romantic notions about this arrangement." He finished his whiskey and set the glass down with a soft click. "And don't try to manipulate me." My blood turned to ice. "Excuse me?" Knox moved toward me, slow and predatory, each step deliberate. I forced myself to hold my ground, even as every instinct screamed at me to retreat. He stopped inches away, close enough that I could smell his cologne, something expensive and understated, vetiver and cedar. "I know what you are, Ivy," he said softly. "I've read your file. Criminal psychology, FBI consultant, expert in behavioral analysis and interrogation techniques. You're very good at getting inside people's heads, at finding their weaknesses and exploiting them." "That was my job," I said, keeping my voice steady. Past tense. "Was it?" He reached up and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, his fingers grazing my cheek. The gesture was intimate, possessive, completely at odds with the ice in his voice. "Or is this your job now? Playing the dutiful wife while you analyze me, study me, look for cracks in my armor?" My heart was pounding so hard, I was certain he could hear it. "You're paranoid. I'm careful." His thumb brushed across my lower lip, and I hated the way my breath caught. "There's a difference, and I'm telling you now, for your own safety, don't play games with me. I'm not one of your FBI subjects. I'm not some criminal you can break down in an interrogation room. I'm unbreakable," I finished, the word tasting like a challenge on my tongue. Something dangerous flashed in his eyes. Then he smiled, and it was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. Beautiful and empty and absolutely devoid of warmth. "Exactly," he said. "Your bedroom is down the hall, second door on the left. I had your things moved in this afternoon. Sleep well, Mrs. Morrison." He stepped back, releasing me from whatever spell he'd been weaving. I stood there for a moment, disoriented, my skin still tingling where he'd touched me. "Knox," I said, and he paused, looking back over his shoulder. "Oh?" "You're wrong about one thing." "Oh?"
Everyone breaks eventually. I held his gaze, letting him see the steel beneath my smile. Everyone has a weakness. You just haven't found yours yet. For a long moment, he just looked at me. Then he laughed. Actually laughed. The sound was rich and genuine and completely unexpected. You're not the first person to try to break me, Ivy, but you might be the most entertaining. Good night. He disappeared into what I assumed was his bedroom, leaving me standing alone in the cavernous living room, my wedding dress suddenly feeling like armor that had already failed. I made my way to my assigned bedroom, my heels clicking against the hardwood floor. The room was beautiful, sterile, a hotel room masquerading as a home. My suitcases were lined up neatly by the closet, waiting to be unpacked. I sat on the edge of the bed, still in my wedding dress, and tried to process what had just happened. Knox knew, or suspected, or was testing me. Either way, this was going to be harder than I'd thought. But that was fine. I'd handled difficult subjects before. I just needed to be smarter, more careful, more patient. I could break Knox Morrison. I had to, because the alternative, that he might break me first, was unthinkable. Chapter 2. The First Crack.
Ivy Harlow knew how to break people, how to find the fracture lines in their psyche and apply pressure until they shattered. She was methodical, patient, ruthless. She was also predictable. I took a sip of bourbon, savoring the burn. The file included everything about her: her childhood trauma, watching her father manipulate her mother into madness and suicide, her education, her career, her previous targets, even her coffee order at the cafe 3 blocks from her old apartment. Almond milk latte, extra shot, no foam. But more importantly, the file included her weaknesses. Ivy Harlow had a God complex. She believed she was the smartest person in any room. She'd never failed at breaking a target, never been outsmarted, never lost control. Her arrogance was going to be her downfall. I could have refused the marriage, could have exposed Silas's plot and eliminated both of them. But where was the fun in that? Where was the challenge? No. I had accepted the arrangement for the same reason a chess master accepts a difficult opponent, because winning would be that much sweeter. My plan was simple. Let Ivy think she was succeeding. Let her believe she was getting under my skin, finding my weaknesses, chipping away at my control. Feed her exactly what she expected to find: trauma, vulnerability, cracks in the armor. All manufactured, all calculated, all designed to make her drop her guard. And while she was busy trying to break me, I'd be breaking her. The question was, how? I pulled up another file. This one contained research on Ivy's psychology, compiled by 3 different experts who'd analyzed her patterns, her methods, her tells. The consensus was clear. Ivy needed to feel in control. She needed to believe she was winning. And most importantly, she needed emotional distance. That's where I'd strike.
I'd give her intimacy. Not physical, not yet, but emotional intimacy. The kind that made people feel seen, understood, valued. I'd share carefully curated pieces of my past. I'd be vulnerable in ways that felt real but were completely controlled. I'd make her feel like she was special, like she was the only person who'd ever gotten close to the real Knox Morrison. And once she started to care, once she started to feel something other than cold, professional detachment, she'd lose her edge. People who cared made mistakes. They hesitated, they second-guessed themselves. And mistakes were opportunities. Down the hall, the sounds from Ivy's room had gone quiet. She was probably lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, replaying our conversation, analyzing every word I'd said, every gesture I'd made. Good. Let her think she was figuring me out. Tomorrow, the real game would begin.
She wore a deep emerald gown that clung to her curves like water. Her auburn hair was swept up, exposing the elegant line of her neck. Diamonds at her throat and ears, the set I'd had delivered to her room this morning. She'd worn them. Smart. Playing the part. But it was her eyes that caught me. Those sharp green eyes that missed nothing. Even from here I could see her cataloging everything. The exits, the security, the other guests arriving. Always analyzing, always planning. I led her to the dance floor, where a string quartet was playing something slow and romantic, probably Debussy. I pulled her close, one hand on her waist, the other holding hers. She fit against me perfectly, almost unsettlingly so. "You've been avoiding me," she said as we began to move. "Have I?" I guided her through a turn, her dress swirling around her legs. "I thought I was giving you space, letting you settle in. Or you were testing me, seeing how I'd react to being ignored." Smart. Too smart. I pulled her slightly closer, letting her feel the solid warmth of my body against hers. "Maybe both," I admitted. "You passed, by the way. Most women would have demanded attention, created drama, but you just waited." "I'm patient," she said. "Patience is a virtue, also a weapon." I lowered my voice, leaning close to her ear. "Tell me, Ivy, what are you patient for?" Her breath hitched, just slightly, just enough for me to notice. "For you to trust me. We're married, Knox, but we're strangers. I'd like to change that." Perfect opening. Time to deploy the first calculated piece of vulnerability. "Trust doesn't come easily to me," I said, and let a hint of something raw bleed into my voice. Not too much, just enough. "Is that what your father taught you?" Her question was gentle, probing. This was her element. "My father taught me many things. Most of them involved pain." Her fingers tightened on my shoulder, subtle, sympathetic. Hook, line, and sinker. "I'm sorry," she said softly. "Don't be." I met her eyes and let her see something I'd carefully crafted, a glimpse of vulnerability beneath the ice, a flash of the broken boy I'd allegedly been. "No one's unbreakable," she murmured, echoing her words from our wedding night. "Maybe you're right." I guided her through another turn, bringing us to a quieter corner of the dance floor. "Maybe I just haven't found the right person to show my cracks to." The implication hung in the air between us. Maybe you could be that person. I watched her process it, saw the wheels turning behind those intelligent eyes. She thought she was making progress, thought she was getting under my skin. "I'd like that," she said finally, "to see the real you." "Would you?" I pulled her closer until there was barely any space between us, until I could smell her perfume, something subtle and expensive, until I could feel the rapid beat of her heart against my chest. "Or would you run?" "I don't run," she said, but her voice was breathless. "No, you don't. You're brave, Ivy. Reckless, maybe, but brave." The music ended, applause rippled through the crowd, but we stood there for a moment longer, locked in our private battle that she thought she was winning. "Thank you for the dance," I said, stepping back and offering her a smile, warm, genuine seeming, completely manufactured. She smiled back, and I could see it, the small crack in her professional facade, the tiny spark of something that wasn't calculation, interest. Perfect. The rest of the evening passed in a blur of conversation and champagne, but I noticed how Ivy stayed close to me, how she laughed at my jokes, how she touched my arm when she spoke to me. She thought she was building rapport, creating connection, getting me to lower my guard. She didn't realize she was the one being manipulated. On the drive home, she was quiet, thoughtful. I could practically hear her mental gears turning, analyzing the evening, deciding on her next move. "You're different tonight," she said finally, as the city lights streaked past the car windows. "Am I?" "You're
More open, more— She searched for the word. Human. I turned to look at her, letting the streetlights play across my face. Maybe you bring it out in me. Her breath caught. I saw it, felt it. The moment she started to believe her own fiction. Knox, she began. Good night, Ivy, I said, as the car pulled up to our building. I got out first, offering her my hand. Sleep well? I left her standing in the lobby, confusion written across her beautiful face. Push and pull, give and take, keep her off balance. Later, alone in my bedroom, I pulled up the file one more time, added notes from tonight's interaction, updated my strategy based on her responses. Ivy Harlow was good, better than I anticipated. She'd almost made me forget that this was all a game, that every word I'd spoken tonight had been calculated, that the vulnerability I'd shown her was as real as a mirage in the desert. Almost. But I was better, and by the time she realized what was happening, by the time she understood that she was the one being broken down, piece by piece, it would be too late. I closed the file and finished my bourbon. Let the games begin. I'd spent years studying human behavior. I knew how to spot a lie, how to identify manipulation. But with Knox, everything felt simultaneously genuine and staged, like watching a performance so perfect you couldn't tell where the actor ended and the character began. My phone buzzed, Silas. Progress report, his text read. I stared at the message for a long moment before typing back. Building rapport. He's starting to open up. It wasn't entirely a lie. Knox had been different since the gala, more present. He'd started joining me for breakfast, asked about my day, shared small details about his own life. Nothing earth-shattering, but enough to make me feel like I was making progress. Silas's response came immediately. Not fast enough. Escalate. Escalate. Right. Because slow and steady psychological manipulation wasn't dramatic enough for Silas's timeline. I deleted the message and closed my notes. Fine. If Silas wanted escalation, I'd give him escalation. I'd been planning my next move for days. Knox's business operations were his pride, his empire. If I could introduce doubt there, make him question his own judgment, his own people, I could start to destabilize him. It would require access to his inner circle, his files, his trust. Fortunately, I was working on all three. That night, Knox came home late. I heard him enter the penthouse around 11, the soft click of the door, the sound of his keys on the entry table. I waited in the living room, a book open in my lap that I hadn't actually read a word of. He appeared in the doorway, loosening his tie. His shirt was rumpled, a rare sign of disorder. There was a small cut above his eyebrow, fresh enough that it was still bleeding slightly. "What happened?" I asked, setting the book aside. "You're bleeding." "So I am." He touched his eyebrow, looking at the blood on his fingers with mild interest. "A business disagreement." I stood and walked to him, taking the bourbon from his hand before he could drink it. "Sit." His eyebrows rose. "Excuse me." "Sit down. Let me clean that cut before it gets infected." I kept my voice firm, wifely, like this was perfectly normal. For a moment I thought he'd refuse, but then something shifted in his expression. Curiosity, maybe, and he sat on the leather sofa. I retrieved the first aid kit from the bathroom and returned to find him watching me with those unreadable ice blue eyes. I sat beside him, close enough that our knees touched, and dampened a cotton pad with antiseptic. "This might sting," I warned. "I've survived worse." I pressed the pad to his cut, and he didn't flinch, didn't react at all, just kept watching me with that intense, unsettling focus. "Your business disagreements sound violent," I said, keeping my tone light, conversational. "Sometimes they are." His voice was quiet. "Does that bother you?" "Should it?" Most women would be horrified, frightened. They'd ask questions, demand answers. I'm not most women, and I knew what I was getting into when I married you. Did you? What exactly do you think you know about me, Ivy? His thumb traced circles on the inside of my wrist, right over my pulse. I knew he could feel how fast my heart was beating. Damn it. I know you're dangerous, I said softly. I know you've built an empire on fear and violence. I know people are terrified of you. Are you? Terrified of me? I should have said yes, should have played the intimidated wife, but something in his eyes challenged me to be honest. No, I said. Foolish, but he smiled when he said it. Or brave, I haven't decided which yet. Maybe both. He pulled me closer until I was practically in his lap. The first aid kit clattered to the floor, forgotten. His free hand came up to cup my face, his thumb brushing across my cheekbone. You're an interesting woman, Ivy Harlow Morrison. His voice had gone low, rough. I can't quite figure you out. Good. I'd hate to be predictable. Is that what you want? To keep me guessing?
Maybe. I was playing with fire. I knew it, but I couldn't seem to stop myself. Or maybe I want you to figure me out. Maybe I want someone who can. The words hung between us, loaded with meaning I hadn't intended. This was supposed to be manipulation, strategy, but it felt dangerously close to truth. Knox's eyes darkened. Careful, Ivy. You might not like what I find. Try me.
Knox listened, considered, but he never seemed concerned. It was infuriating. Meanwhile, he continued his own campaign of whatever he was doing. More shared breakfasts, more late-night conversations where he'd reveal small pieces of himself, his childhood, his relationship with his father, the first time he'd killed someone. That last one had been particularly illuminating. He'd said, staring into his whiskey like it held answers, "I was 17. My father's enemy had kidnapped my mother, tortured her. The man wanted information, but she gave him nothing. By the time we found her," his jaw clenched. "By the time we found her, she was barely alive." "Knox," I'd started, but he'd held up a hand. "She died 3 days later. Never woke up. Never got to say goodbye." He'd taken a sip of whiskey. "My father found the man responsible, brought him to our house, and he gave me a gun." I'd waited, barely breathing. "I didn't hesitate," Knox had said quietly. "I put 3 bullets in his chest and watched him die, and I felt..." He'd met my eyes then. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's when I knew I was my father's son. That's when I knew what I was capable of. The story had felt real, raw, painful. Everything my training told me to look for in genuine trauma. But something nagged at me. Something I couldn't quite put my finger on. I'd spent 2 days researching Knox's mother after that conversation, found her obituary, confirmed the timeline. Everything checked out. So why did it still feel like performance? I was sitting in the library again, lost in these thoughts, when I discovered something that changed everything. Knox's laptop was on the desk. He'd left it there this morning when he'd gone to meet with his lawyers. Usually it was locked, password protected, impossible to access. Today it was open, active, the screensaver off. I knew I shouldn't, knew it was too convenient, too easy, but Silas wanted escalation, and this was an opportunity I couldn't pass up. I crossed to the desk and looked at the screen. Email was open. I scanned through the messages quickly, looking for anything useful. Business deals, threats, alliances. And then I saw it. An email from someone named Marcus. Subject line, "The Sister." I clicked it open, my heart racing. "Boss, Marlowe's doctors want to try the new treatment protocol. It's expensive, $500,000 for the first round, but they think it could put her cancer into remission. Your call." I stared at the screen, my mind racing. Knox had a sister, Marlowe, and she was sick. This was it. This was the pressure point I'd been looking for, the crack in Knox Morrison's armor. I could use this, plant doubt about her doctors, suggest the treatment might be dangerous, make him question every decision related to her care until he was paralyzed with fear and indecision. It was perfect, elegant, exactly the kind of psychological manipulation I'd been hired to deploy. But why did I feel sick? I closed the email and stepped back from the laptop. My hands were shaking. This was different from my previous targets. Corporate criminals, corrupt politicians, people who'd hurt others without remorse. Using their own guilt and fear against them had felt like justice. But this, using a dying woman to destroy her brother? Even for me, that crossed a line. "Find anything interesting?" I spun around to find Knox standing in the doorway. He was perfectly calm, perfectly controlled, but there was something in his eyes that made my blood run cold. He held up a hand. "Don't lie to me, Ivy. We both know you were looking at my email. The question is, what are you going to do with what you found?" My mind raced. Deny? Deflect? Attack?
But something in his expression told me he already knew, probably known all along. This had been another test. "Your sister is sick. I'm sorry."
Are you? He moved closer, predatory. Or are you calculating how to use that information against me? Both, I admitted, because what was the point of lying now? But I'm not going to. That seemed to surprise him. His eyebrows rose fractionally. Why not? Because she's innocent and sick, and I'm not a monster. Aren't you? Knox stepped closer, until we were inches apart. You're here to destroy me, Ivy. Don't pretend otherwise. You're Silas Crane's weapon, and you're supposed to break me down until I give him what he wants. The world tilted. You know? I've known since before the wedding. His smile was cold, beautiful, terrifying. Did you really think you could manipulate me without me noticing? That I wouldn't investigate my bride-to-be? Then why— I couldn't finish the sentence, couldn't process what this meant. Why did I marry you anyway? He reached up and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, his touch almost tender. Because you're fascinating, Ivy. And because I wanted to see if you could actually do it, break the unbreakable. This is a game to you. Everything is a game. The question is, are you still playing? I should have been angry, terrified, should have run. Instead, I kissed him. It was desperate, furious, all the tension of the past weeks exploding in one moment. His hands were in my hair, mine fisted in his shirt, and we were kissing like we were trying to destroy each other with our mouths. When we finally broke apart, both breathing hard, Knox's eyes were dark with desire, and something else, something that looked almost like respect. "Yes," I said, answering his question, "I'm still playing." He smiled. "Good. This just got interesting." Chapter 4. The Unraveling Begins. Ivy. I couldn't sleep. It had been 3 days since I'd kissed Knox in his library. 3 days since he'd revealed that he'd known everything all along. 3 days of living in this strange limbo where we both knew the other was playing a game, but neither of us was willing to stop. I lay in my bed, our bed now, since that night, staring at the ceiling while Knox slept beside me. His breathing was steady, even. He looked peaceful in sleep, almost vulnerable. The hard lines of his face softened, that perpetual control finally released. It was a lie, of course. Even unconscious, Knox Morrison was calculating, planning. I'd caught him watching me when he thought I was asleep, those ice-blue eyes tracking every movement, every breath. We were both still playing, but the rules had changed. After that kiss, we'd established new parameters. No more separate bedrooms, no more professional distance. We'd lean into this, whatever this was, and see who broke first. It should have made my job easier. Intimacy bred vulnerability. Proximity revealed weaknesses. This was textbook manipulation. Except I was the one feeling vulnerable. I turned onto my side, studying Knox's face in the dim light filtering through the curtains. He was beautiful, dangerous, and I was falling for him. No, not falling. That implied something gentle, something inevitable but harmless. This was plummeting, free-falling into an abyss I'd created for myself. "You're thinking too loudly," Knox murmured without opening his eyes. "I thought you were asleep." "I was." He opened his eyes, turning his head to look at me.
You woke me up with your existential crisis. I'm not having an existential crisis. Liar. He reached out and traced the furrow between my eyebrows. You've been doing that thing where you analyze everything to death. I can practically hear the gears grinding. Maybe I'm analyzing you? You're always analyzing me. He pulled me closer until my head was resting on his chest. I could hear his heartbeat, steady and strong. But right now, you're analyzing yourself, trying to figure out what you're feeling, whether it's real or just your brain chemistry playing tricks on you. I hated how well he knew me. And what do you think the answer is? I think, he said slowly, his fingers threading through my hair, that you're terrified because it's both. It's dopamine and oxytocin and all the other chemicals your brain releases when you're attracted to someone. But it's also real, and you don't know how to handle that. You sound very confident about what I'm feeling. I am. His hand moved to my chin, tilting my face up to meet his eyes, because I'm feeling it too. My breath caught. Knox! I know this is complicated. I know you're supposed to be destroying me, and I'm supposed to be, well, whatever I'm supposed to be doing. But somewhere along the way, this stopped being entirely a game for me. Entirely. I caught the qualifier. He smiled, dark and knowing. I'm still playing, Ivy. So are you. But now we're playing for different stakes. What stakes? Each other. He kissed me then, soft and slow and devastating. Not the angry, desperate kiss from the library. This was different. This felt like a promise, or threat, or both. When he pulled back, I was breathless. We're going to destroy each other, I whispered. Probably. His thumb brushed across my lower lip. Nothing about this is honest. No, he agreed, but it could be, if we chose it. I can't. The words tasted like failure. Silas has leverage on me. If I don't finish this...
The Kellerman case, Knox said, and I froze. The suspect who committed suicide during your interrogation. Except it wasn't really suicide, was it? You pushed too hard, used techniques that weren't approved, made him believe things about himself that weren't true, until he couldn't live with what he thought he'd done. I pulled away from him, sitting up. How do you... I told you. I investigated you before the wedding. Knox sat up too, the sheets pooling around his waist. Silas thinks he has leverage, but so do I. And mine's better. What are you saying? I'm saying you have a choice, Ivy. You can keep playing Silas's game, keep trying to break me, see where it leads. He reached out and took my hand. Or you can choose something else, something real. And Silas will be handled. Knox's expression went cold, hard. He made a mistake when he tried to use you against me. People who threaten what's mine don't live long. What's yours? I repeated softly. Yes. He pulled me back down to him, his arms wrapping around me. I should have been angry, should have pushed back against his possessiveness, but instead, I felt something else. Relief. Safety. The bone-deep knowledge that Knox Morrison, for all his violence and darkness, would protect me. Show me, I said. Show you what? That I'm yours. His eyes darkened with heat, and something fiercer. Ivy, I need to stop thinking, I said desperately. I need to just feel. Make me feel, Knox. He kissed me again, Harder this time. His hands moved over my body, claiming every inch of skin, and I surrendered to it. Surrendered to him. Let myself fall into the sensation and stop analyzing, stop calculating, stop trying to maintain control. For the first time in my life, I let go completely. Knox. I was losing control. It happened sometime between 3 and 4 in the morning, with Ivy sleeping in my arms, her auburn hair spilled across my chest, and her breathing soft and even against my skin. This wasn't part of the plan. The plan had been simple: let Ivy think she was making progress, feed her manufactured vulnerability, make her believe she was getting close to the real me, and then, when she'd invested enough emotionally, pull the rug out, show her it had all been a game, break her the way she'd intended to break me. Elegant, efficient, exactly the kind of psychological warfare I excelled at. Except somewhere along the way, the manufactured vulnerability had started feeling real. The calculated confessions had become genuine. The game had transformed into something else entirely. I looked down at Ivy, studying her face in the pre-dawn light. She was beautiful, yes. Intelligent, absolutely. Dangerous, without question. But it was more than that. She understood me in ways no one else ever had, saw through my masks and still chose to stay. Even knowing I'd been manipulating her, even knowing I'd planned to destroy her, she'd still come to me tonight, still trusted me with her body, her pleasure, her vulnerability. It should have made me feel victorious. Instead, it made me feel like a bastard. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. I reached for it carefully, trying not to wake Ivy. A message from Marcus, my head of security. "Crane's moving. Intercepted communication indicates he's planning something within the week. Details attached." I opened the attachment, reading quickly. Silas was getting impatient. He'd expected results by now, expected Ivy to have made more progress in destabilizing me. The fact that she hadn't, the fact that we'd apparently become closer instead, was making him nervous, which meant he was going to do something stupid. According to Marcus's intelligence, Silas was planning to escalate, either by threatening Ivy directly or by going after someone I cared about, Marlowe. My jaw clenched. I'd anticipated this possibility, which was why I'd already moved my sister to a secure location with round-the-clock protection. But Silas was resourceful. If he wanted to get to her, he'd find a way. Unless I eliminated him first. I typed back to Marcus. "Proceed with contingency Alpha. I want him contained within 48 hours. Contingency Alpha meant kidnapping Silas, bringing him to one of my secure locations, and extracting every piece of information he had, then eliminating him. Cleanly. Permanently. It would solve the immediate problem, but it would also force Ivy to confront what I really was. Not the carefully curated version I'd shown her, not the vulnerable man sharing his trauma, the real Knox Morrison, the one who ordered executions without blinking, the one who'd built an empire on blood and fear. Would she stay when she saw that, or would she run? "I'm going to kill him," I said simply. Silence stretched between us. This was the moment. The moment she'd realize exactly who she'd been sleeping with. What kind of monster she'd let into her bed, into her body, into her heart. "Good," Ivy said quietly. "He deserves it." I blinked. Good? He threatened an innocent woman dying of cancer. He blackmailed me into trying to destroy you. He's a manipulative piece of shit who deserves whatever you do to him. She kissed me, hard and fierce. "Just don't get caught." Something in my chest loosened. Warmth flooded through me, terrifying and exhilarating at once. This woman, this brilliant, dangerous, beautiful woman understood me, accepted me, not despite what I was, but because of it. "Ivy," I started, but she put a finger to my lips. "Don't," she said softly. "Don't say anything you can't take back. Not yet. Just," she took a shaky breath, "just let this be real for a little while longer." "It is real," I said, catching her hand and pressing it to my chest, over my heart. "This is real, Ivy. Whatever we started as, whatever games we were playing, this is real." Tears gathered in her eyes. "We're so fucked." Completely. I pulled her down to me, kissing away the tears that spilled over. "But we're fucked together. That has to count for something." She laughed, the sound somewhere between joy and despair. "You're insane." "Probably." I rolled us over, settling between her legs. "You're a disaster," she corrected, but she was smiling. "A beautiful disaster." I kissed her neck, her collarbone, the hollow of her throat. "My beautiful disaster." "Knox." Her breath hitched as my hands moved lower. "Stop thinking," I murmured against her skin. "Just feel." And she did. We both did. Lost ourselves in each other as the sun rose over Manhattan, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink. Lost ourselves in the moment, knowing it couldn't last, but refusing to let that stop us. Later, as Ivy slept again, I held her close and made a decision. I'd been planning to break her, to win our twisted game by destroying the woman who'd been sent to destroy me. But I'd fallen in love with her instead, which meant my plan had backfired spectacularly, which meant we were both unraveling, and I didn't care. Chapter 5. The truth surfaces. Knox. I found the recordings 3 days after I'd decided I was in love with my wife. They were hidden in Ivy's laptop, buried under layers of encryption that she probably thought were impenetrable. They weren't. Not to someone with my resources. I'd been looking for evidence to use against Silas. Financial records, communications, anything that would give me leverage beyond simple violence. Ivy had access to his accounts. She'd been his operative, after all. I thought maybe she'd kept copies of something useful. What I found instead destroyed me. Audio files, dozens of them, dated from the week before our wedding through yesterday. I clicked on the first one. My own voice filled my office. Trust doesn't come easily to me. I've been taught that everyone wants something. Everyone has an agenda. The gala. Our first real conversation.
I remembered it perfectly. I'd thought I was playing her, feeding her manufactured vulnerability. Ivy's voice came next, clinical and detached. Subject shows signs of controlled emotional release. Trauma response appears genuine, but delivery is too practiced. Possibility of calculated performance remains high. Recommend continued observation and escalation of intimacy protocols. My blood turned to ice. I clicked on another file, this one from 2 weeks ago. I was 17. My father's enemy had kidnapped my mother. The story about my first kill, the one that had felt so raw, so real when I'd shared it with her.
Significant breakthrough. Subject revealed core trauma. Story verified through public records, but emotional presentation suggests he's told this before, multiple times. It's become a performance piece, a way to seem vulnerable while maintaining control. However, his micro-expressions during the telling indicated genuine pain. Recommend exploiting this avenue further. File after file, conversation after conversation. Every intimate moment we'd shared, every vulnerability I'd shown, cataloged and analyzed like I was a lab specimen. Then I reached the most recent recording, from yesterday morning, after we'd made love, after I'd told her this was real. It is real, Ivy. Whatever we started as, whatever games we were playing, this is real. My own voice, rough with emotion, honest in a way I'd never been with anyone. And then Ivy's voice recorded later when she thought I was in a meeting. Subject has developed genuine emotional attachment. This is unexpected and problematic. Original mission parameters require destabilization, but current trajectory suggests mutual vulnerability. I'm compromised. This has become personal, but Silas's leverage remains. I don't know how to proceed. Knox believes this is real. Part of me wants to believe it too, but I can't trust my own judgment anymore. Everything is tangled. I need to finish this before I lose myself completely. I sat back in my chair, the laptop screen blurring in front of me. She'd been recording everything, analyzing everything, even after we'd supposedly moved past the games, even after I'd offered her a way out, even after I'd fallen in love with her. She was still studying me, still treating me like a target. The worst part? I understood, because I'd been doing the exact same thing. My own files were still open on my main computer. My psychological profiles of Ivy, my strategies for breaking her, my notes on her vulnerabilities and how to exploit them. We were both monsters, both manipulators, both so fucked up that we couldn't stop analyzing and scheming even when we claimed to love each other. The office door opened. Ivy walked in, beautiful in a slate-gray dress, her hair pulled back in a sleek ponytail. She was smiling. "Hey," she said, "I thought we could have lunch together before your meeting with—" She stopped, seeing my expression. "What's wrong?" I turned her laptop around so she could see the screen, the list of audio files. The color drained from her face. "Knox, you've been recording our conversations." My voice was flat, dead. Analyzing me, even after I couldn't finish, couldn't say it. "It's not what you think." "No?" I stood, moving around the desk toward her. "Then explain it to me, Ivy. Explain how recording your husband's most vulnerable moments and dissecting them like a fucking science experiment is anything other than exactly what it looks like."
She swallowed hard. It was my job. It's what Silas hired me to do. Was? I caught the past tense. When did it stop being your job? I don't know. Somewhere along the way. But I couldn't just delete everything. I needed evidence in case things went wrong. In case I turned on you. I laughed, the sound bitter. Smart. Always have an insurance policy. Isn't that what you tell your targets? She flinched. You're not a target. Not anymore. Prove it. How? How do I prove something you won't believe? You can't. I moved to my desk and opened a drawer, pulling out a thick folder. My own files, Ivy. My own psychological profiles. My own strategies for destroying you.
I threw the folder on the desk between us. Papers spilled out. Her face stared back from surveillance photos. Her handwriting in copies of her old FBI reports. My notes on her weaknesses, her triggers, her traumas. You think you were playing me? I said softly. I was playing you right back. Every vulnerability I showed you was calculated. Every story I told was designed to make you drop your guard. I've been running a psychological operation on you since before we even met. Ivy stared at the papers, her face pale. Then she laughed. Actually laughed, the sound sharp and broken. Of course you were, she said. Of course you fucking were. God, we're pathetic. Both of us. Were any of it real? I asked, hating how desperate the question sounded. Any of the last 3 days? I don't know. She wiped her eyes angrily. Were your feelings real? Or was that manipulation too? They started as manipulation, I admitted, but somewhere I stopped. Because what was the point? She'd never believe me now. Somewhere they became real. Yeah, me too. We stood there, 10 feet, and a universe of betrayal between us. So, what now? She asked. I looked at her. Really looked at her. This woman I'd married to destroy. This woman who'd married me for the same reason. This woman I'd somehow fallen in love with despite everything. And I realized something. I could still destroy her. I had all the ammunition I needed. Her recordings proved she'd been operating as Silas's agent. I could turn them over to my people, have her arrested, disappeared. Problem solved. But it would destroy me too. I want you to leave, I said. What? Pack your things. Get out. I don't want to see you right now. Knox, go. The word came out harsher than I had intended. Before I do something we'll both regret. She stood there for another moment, tears streaming down her face. Then she turned and left. I waited until I heard the front door close before I allowed myself to react. Swept everything off my desk. Punched the wall hard enough to split my knuckles. Poured a glass of bourbon and threw it against the window. Then I sat in the wreckage of my office and admitted the truth to myself. I'd fallen in love with someone just as damaged and manipulative as I was. And it was the most honest thing I'd ever felt. Ivy. I sat in a hotel room in Midtown, staring at my phone. Silas had called 3 times in the last hour. I'd ignored all of them, but now a text came through. We need to talk. Now. I called him back. Where have you been? His voice was sharp, angry. I've been trying to reach you for days. Busy, I said flatly. Busy failing, he corrected.
Morrison should be destabilized by now, paranoid, making mistakes. Instead, from what my sources tell me, you two are playing house. Care to explain? It's complicated. It's not complicated, Ivy. You had one job: break him. You're not doing it. Unless you've gotten attached. I didn't answer. Jesus Christ, Silas breathed. You fell for him? You actually fell for him? What if I did? What difference does it make? It makes all the difference. Because now you're useless to me, which means our arrangement is over. I'll be releasing the Kellerman files to the appropriate authorities tomorrow morning. I suggest you get a good lawyer. Wait! Unless you finish the job tonight. I want Morrison's offshore account numbers, his shipping routes, his supplier contacts, everything. You get me that information, and I'll forget about the Kellerman case. That's not breaking him psychologically. That's corporate espionage. I don't care how you do it, just get it done. And if I refuse?
Then you go to prison for what you did to Kellerman, and I make sure your pretty new husband knows exactly what kind of monster he married. How you drove a man to suicide using the same techniques you are probably using on him. Silas's smile was audible. I wonder how he'll react to that information. My hands were shaking. You're a bastard. So I've been told. You have until midnight, Ivy. Don't disappoint me. He hung up. I sat there, phone in hand, facing an impossible choice. I could betray Knox, steal the information Silas wanted, save myself from prison, and keep Knox from learning the full truth about what I'd done. Or I could refuse, go to prison, let Knox discover that I'd killed someone using the same psychological manipulation I'd deployed on him. Either way, I lost Knox. Either way, everything we'd built, real or not, was destroyed. Unless... I pulled out my laptop. Knox's files on me were probably still in his office, the ones he'd shown me, his psychological profiles, his strategies for breaking me. If I could access those files, I could use them, turn them over to law enforcement, prove that Knox had been running an illegal psychological operation, frame him for everything Silas was accusing me of. It would destroy him, professionally, legally, emotionally. It would give me leverage over Silas. He couldn't expose me without exposing his own involvement. And it would save me. All I had to do was betray the man I loved. I thought about Knox's face when he'd found my recordings, the hurt beneath the anger, the betrayal in his eyes. He'd been manipulating me all along, running his own operation. He'd never really trusted me, so why should I trust him now? I opened a new encrypted connection and began typing an email to a contact in the FBI, someone who owed me a favor, someone who could make Knox's life very difficult very quickly. Dear Agent Morrison, I have information regarding ongoing criminal activities by Knox Morrison. My fingers hovered over the keyboard. This was it, the point of no return. Once I sent this email, once I set this plan in motion, there was no taking it back. Knox and I would become true enemies. I thought about his hands on my body, his voice in the darkness, the way he'd looked at me when he said, "This is real."
But I also thought about his files, his strategies, his cold calculation of exactly how to destroy me. We'd both been playing games. We'd both been lying. We'd both been manipulating each other from the start. So why did it hurt so much? I hit send before I could change my mind. Then I closed my laptop, walked to the minibar, and drank until I couldn't feel anything anymore. If Knox wanted war, he'd get war. And may the best monster win. Chapter 6. The Destruction. Ivy. The FBI raid on Knox's offices happened at dawn. I watched from across the street, hidden behind tinted windows in a rental car, as dozens of federal agents swarmed the building. They had warrants, evidence, everything I'd provided them, detailed documentation of Knox's criminal operations, offshore accounts, shell corporations, everything except the psychological manipulation files. Those I'd kept for myself. Insurance. I told myself I was doing the right thing, that Knox was a criminal who deserved this, that he'd been planning to destroy me anyway, that this was self-defense. I told myself a lot of lies that morning. My phone rang. Unknown number. I answered it anyway. Enjoying the show? Knox's voice was ice, pure, controlled fury, wrapped in calm. My heart stopped. How did you know you were watching? I have cameras everywhere, Ivy, including on that street corner. I've been watching you watch me for the last 20 minutes. I looked around frantically, but couldn't spot the camera.
This raid is impressive, Knox continued, his tone conversational. Very thorough. You must have given them quite a bit of information. My accountant, my lawyers, my shipping contacts, everything you could find in my files. You were going to destroy me, I said, hating how my voice shook. I had to protect myself. I was going to protect you, Knox said quietly. From Silas, from yourself, from all of this. But you didn't trust me enough to wait and see. Trust you? I laughed bitterly. You had files on me, Knox, strategies for breaking me. You never trusted me either. No, I didn't. Not at first. But I was learning to. And now, he paused. Now you've made sure that will never happen. Good, I said, forcing steel into my voice. We're better off as enemies anyway. You think this is over? Knox's laugh was dark, dangerous. Ivy, this hasn't even started. The FBI won't find anything. My operations are too well hidden. My lawyers too good. They'll waste months investigating, and in the end, they'll have nothing. But you, his voice dropped lower, you've just declared war on someone who actually knows how to fight one. I'm not afraid of you. You should be. He hung up. I sat in the car, hands trembling as federal agents led Knox out of the building in handcuffs. Even in custody, he looked dangerous, controlled. His eyes scanned the street, and for one terrible moment, they locked on my car. He smiled. It was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. 2. Knox was released 6 hours later. His lawyers were that good. I was in my hotel room when my phone buzzed with a news alert. Morrison released on technicality, evidence deemed inadmissible. My hands went cold. Inadmissible. How? Another text came through, this one from an unknown number with a video attachment. I opened it with shaking fingers. It was security footage from Knox's office, dated 3 days ago, showing me accessing his computer, copying files, taking photographs of documents.
The evidence had been illegally obtained by me, which meant none of it could be used in court. Knox had known, had let me steal everything, had probably left it all accessible on purpose, because he'd been planning this from the start. A knock at my door made me jump. I looked through the peephole and saw 2 men in suits, not federal agents, private security, Knox's men. "Ms. Harlow," one of them called through the door. "Mr. Morrison requests your presence immediately." "Tell him to go to hell," I shouted back. He anticipated that response. Something slid under the door. A photograph. I picked it up and my blood turned to ice. It was a crime scene photo, an old one. A man slumped in a chair, gun in his hand, blood pooled beneath him. James Kellerman, the man I'd driven to suicide. Written on the back, "Come willingly, or this goes to the press. Your choice." Knox. Ivy walked into my office like she was heading to her own execution. Good. She should be afraid. She stood in front of my desk, chin lifted in defiance, even though her hands were shaking. She was beautiful, even now, even when I hated her. "You wanted to see me," she said. Her voice was steady. I'd give her that. "I wanted to give you a choice, the same choice you gave me when you decided to destroy my life. I didn't destroy your life. You're standing here, free, while you are completely at my mercy. Yes, that was the point. Did you really think I'd leave evidence of my operations where you could access it? Everything you stole was bait, Ivy, designed to be inadmissible in court, but convincing enough that you'd use it." She closed her eyes. "Of course it was."
"Now," I continued, standing and moving around the desk, "I have the Kellerman files, full documentation of what you did, audio recordings of your interrogation sessions, proof that you psychologically manipulated a suspect into suicide. The press would have a field day with it. Former FBI consultant drives man to suicide. It would ruin you, professionally, legally, personally. So do it," she said quietly. "Release them. Destroy me. Isn't that what you wanted all along?" I stopped inches from her. What I wanted was you. What I wanted was the woman I thought you were becoming. The one who laughed in my arms at 3 a.m. The one who looked at me like I was more than a monster. "That woman was a lie," Ivy whispered. "Was she? Or is this the lie, this cold, calculating survivor who'll destroy anyone to save herself?" Tears gathered in her eyes. "I don't know anymore." "Neither do I. Which is why I'm giving you the same choice you gave me. Except mine comes with an option you didn't provide." "What choice?" "Option 1, you leave, right now. I release the Kellerman files, and you spend the next decade fighting legal battles and living with the public disgrace. We never see each other again." She swallowed hard. "And option 2?
You stay. You help me take down Silas Crane. We finish what we started together. And when it's over, we figure out if any of this was real. You want me to trust you? She said incredulously. After everything? No. I met her eyes. I want us to trust each other, for once. Actually trust each other instead of playing these fucking games. That's insane. Probably. I reached into my desk and pulled out a flash drive. Everything I have on the Kellerman case, take it. Delete it. Keep it. I don't care. But if you stay knowing I'm not holding it over you anymore. I held it out to her. She stared at it like it was a snake. Why? She asked. Why would you give me this? Because I'm tired, Ivy. I'm tired of the games. Tired of the manipulation. Tired of not knowing what's real and what's strategy. I stopped, hating how vulnerable the words made me feel. I want to know if we could be something real, if we stopped lying to each other, if we actually tried. And Silas? Silas made the mistake of threatening my sister, of using you, of starting a war he can't win. My voice went cold. He's a problem that needs to be eliminated. The question is, do you help me do it, or do you walk away and let me handle it alone? Ivy looked at the flash drive in my hand, then at my face, then back at the drive. If I stay, she said slowly, and we do this, take down Silas, what happens after? I don't know, I admitted. Maybe we kill each other. Maybe we build something. Maybe we learn to actually trust each other. I don't have a plan for that part, Ivy. For the first time in my life, I don't have a strategy. She took the flash drive from my hand, held it for a long moment. Then she set it on my desk and stepped closer to me. I have one condition, she said. Name it. No more files. No more recordings. No more analyzing each other like we're subjects in an experiment. If we do this, we do it honestly, or not at all. I held out my hand. Deal. She looked at my hand for a long moment. Then she took it. Her grip was firm, strong. So what's the plan? She asked. I pulled her closer until we were almost touching. We make Silas believe we've destroyed each other, let him think he's won, and when he's confident enough to make his move, we destroy him. We destroy him, Ivy finished. Together, I confirmed. She studied my face, and I let her see everything. The anger, the hurt, the desperate, terrifying hope that maybe, somehow, we could salvage something from this wreckage. This is insane, she said again. I know. We're probably going to destroy each other anyway.
Probably.
And you have absolutely no plan for what happens after.
None whatsoever.
She kissed me. Hard, desperate, angry. All the emotions we'd been holding back pouring into that single point of contact. When she pulled back, we were both breathing hard. Okay, she said. Let's burn it all down. I smiled. Dark and dangerous. That's my girl. Later that night, we sat in my office going over the plan. Laptops open. Files spread across the desk.
Two damaged people plotting the destruction of a mutual enemy. It should have felt wrong, should have felt like just another manipulation. Instead, it felt like the first honest thing we'd done in months. Silas will have heard about the raid by now, Ivy said, scrolling through her laptop. He'll think I succeeded, that you're compromised. Good. Let him think that. It'll make him confident. Sloppy. I pulled up surveillance footage from one of Silas's known locations. He's been moving assets, getting ready to capitalize on my supposed downfall. So we let him commit, let him move his pieces into position, and then we take everything from him. I looked at her. Are you ready for this? What we're about to do, it's not just destroying a business rival, it's eliminating a threat. Permanently. He threatened a dying woman. He blackmailed me. He tried to use us against each other. Yes, Knox, I'm ready. I reached across the desk and took her hand. She didn't pull away. No matter what happens, we do this together. No more secrets, no more games. Just brutal honesty. Brutal honesty, she said. I can do that. She squeezed my hand. I'm terrified of you, and I'm terrified of myself around you. And I have no idea if this is love or codependency or just two broken people recognizing each other.
Brutal indeed, I said. My turn. I want to believe we can make this work, but I don't know how to be in a relationship without manipulation, without strategy, without always having a plan for how to win. So we learn, Ivy said, together. After we finish this? After we finish this, I agreed. We worked through the night, planning Silas Crane's downfall, and somewhere in the exhaustion and the coffee and the shared purpose, something shifted between us. We stopped being enemies, pretending to be allies, and started being something else entirely. Partners, equals, two people who'd tried to destroy each other and somehow survived to fight on the same side. It wasn't love, not yet, maybe never, but it was honest, and for now, that was enough. Chapter 7. The Only Way Out. Ivy. The safe house was in the Catskills, 3 hours north of the city. Remote. Defensible. The kind of place where you could see anyone coming from miles away. The kind of place where you could also trap someone if things went wrong. Knox drove, his hands steady on the wheel, despite the fact that we'd just learned Silas had put a price on both our heads. $5 million for Knox, $2 million for me. Apparently, I was worth less as a target. You're awfully calm, I said, watching the darkening forest fly past the window. I've had worse contracts on my head. He glanced at me. How are you holding up? I've never had a price on my head before, so I'm winging it. He smiled, but it didn't reach his eyes. We'll be safe at the house. Marcus has it secured, and Marlowe is already there. His sister, the one variable I'd refused to use against him, the one person he genuinely cared about. How is she? I asked quietly. Weak. The treatment is helping, but his jaw clenched. She's dying, Ivy. Slowly. And there's nothing I can do except make her comfortable and hope the doctors are wrong. I reached across the console and took his hand. He threaded his fingers through mine, holding tight.
We're going to end this, I said. Silas, the threats, all of it. And then you can focus on her. We. Knox repeated softly. I'm still getting used to that. Yeah, me too. The safe house was beautiful in a stark utilitarian way. Stone walls, reinforced windows, security cameras covering every approach. And inside, warmth. A fire in the massive stone fireplace, comfortable furniture, books lining the walls. It felt like a home, which made it all the more surreal that we were hiding here from assassins. Marlowe was in the living room, wrapped in blankets despite the fire. She was younger than I'd expected, maybe 22, with Knox's dark hair and the same sharp intelligence in her eyes. But she was pale, fragile, the kind of thin that came from illness, not vanity. So you're the famous Ivy, she said, her voice weak but laced with humor. The woman who tried to destroy my brother and ended up marrying him instead. That's one way to put it, I said, sitting in the chair across from her. Knox had gone to check the perimeter with Marcus. He loves you, Marlowe said simply, in case you were wondering. My throat tightened. He told you that? He didn't have to. I've known Knox my whole life. He's never looked at anyone the way he looks at you, like you're dangerous and precious at the same time. She coughed, and I handed her water. Thank you. And for what it's worth, I think you love him too, even if you're both too fucked up to admit it. I laughed despite myself. We are pretty fucked up. Good. Normal people are boring. Marlowe studied me with those sharp eyes. Can I give you some advice, please? Stop trying to figure out if what you feel is real. Stop analyzing it. Stop questioning it. Just feel it. Because life is short, Ivy. Trust me on that one. She smiled sadly. And my brother has spent his whole life being strategic about everything. Don't let him be strategic about you. Make him feel things he can't control.
Before I could respond, alarms blared through the house. Knox burst through the door, gun in hand. We have incoming. Multiple vehicles. They found us. Silas had sent 12 men. Professional, well-armed, clearly expensive. Marcus and I had 4 men total, plus Ivy. Not great odds. Marlowe needs to get to the panic room, I said, handing Ivy a gun. You go with her. Absolutely not, Ivy said. I can shoot. I'm staying. Ivy, we're partners, remember? Or was that just talk? She checked the magazine, chambered around. Your sister needs someone with her who isn't bleeding out from a gunshot wound. I'll help you hold them off. Then we both go to the panic room. Marcus looked at me. I looked at Ivy. Saw the steel in her eyes, the determination. Fine, I said, but you stay behind cover, and if I tell you to run, you run. Same goes for you, she said. We positioned ourselves at strategic points throughout the house, windows, doorways, choke points, and then we waited. The attack came fast and brutal. Gunfire shattered windows. Smoke grenades filled the first floor. They were trying to flush us out, force us into a kill zone. But we knew this house, had prepared for exactly this scenario. We fell back systematically, taking shots when we could, conserving ammunition. Marcus took down 3 of them before catching a bullet in the shoulder. One of our men didn't make it. And Ivy was magnificent, calm under fire, precise with her shots. She moved through the chaos like she'd been doing this her whole life. We made it to the panic room with Silas's men still pursuing, sealed the reinforced door behind us. The room was small, maybe 10 by 12, with monitors showing the house exterior, communication equipment, and enough supplies to last a week if necessary. Marlowe was already inside, looking terrified but trying to hide it. Marcus and my remaining men sealed themselves in a secondary position. which left me and Ivy alone in the main panic room, listening to Silas's men tear apart the house looking for us. "They won't find us," I said, checking the monitors. "This room is designed to be undetectable, but we're going to be here a while." Ivy nodded, setting down her gun. There was blood on her sleeve, not hers, from helping Marcus. Her hands were shaking now that the adrenaline was fading. "First firefight?" I asked gently. "Yes," she laughed shakily. "How did I do?" "You were perfect." I pulled her into my arms, and she came willingly, pressing her face against my chest. "You saved Marcus's life, and probably mine. We're quite the team," she murmured. "Yeah, we are." We stood there for a long moment, holding each other while chaos raged outside our steel walls. "Knox," Ivy said, pulling back to look at me, "what Marlowe said earlier." "You heard that?" "The monitors," she gestured to the screens. "Audio was on in the living room. I heard what she said about how you look at me. I should have felt exposed, vulnerable. Instead, I just felt tired of hiding." "She's right," I said. "I do love you. I don't know when it happened. Somewhere between hating you and trying to destroy you and realizing you are the only person who'd ever really seen me. But I love you, Ivy, and I'm terrified of it." Tears spilled down her cheeks. "I love you too, and I'm equally terrified, because we're so good at destroying things, Knox. What if we destroy this?" "Then we destroy it," I said, cupping her face. "But at least we'll have tried. At least we'll have been honest about it." "That's a terrible plan." "I know." I kissed her, soft and slow. She kissed me back, desperate and hungry. We stumbled to the small cot in the corner of the room, pulling at each other's clothes with urgent hands. "We could die here," she whispered against my mouth.
"We could die anywhere," I said, laying her down on the narrow bed. "At least here, we're together." We made love in that small steel room while armed men searched for us. Made love like it might be the last time, like the world was ending and we were the only two people left in it. And for those moments, nothing else mattered. Not Silas, not the contracts on our heads, not our pasts or our mistakes or our fears. Just us. Finally, honestly, completely us. Ivy. We lay tangled together on the cot, breathing hard, when Knox's phone buzzed. He checked it and went very still. "What is it?" I asked. "Message from Silas." He turned the screen so I could see. "I know you're in there. I know about the panic room, and I know your sister is in the adjoining space. You have 1 hour to come out or I start pumping gas into her room. Your choice, Morrison, you or her." My blood went cold. He's bluffing. He's not. Knox was already pulling on his clothes. He must have gotten the building plan somehow, knows the layout, and he's right. Marlowe's room shares ventilation with the main system. If he pumps gas in, "You can't go out there. It's suicide." "I can't let her die." He looked at me, and I saw the impossible choice written on his face. "She's innocent in all this, Ivy. She's dying already. I won't let her last days be spent choking on poison gas." I grabbed his arm. "Then we both go, together. We negotiate." "Silas doesn't negotiate." "Then we fight." I was getting dressed too now, checking my gun. "But we do it together. That was the deal, remember? No more solo operations." Knox pulled me to him, kissing me hard. "I love you. Whatever happens out there, I need you to know that." "I know. I love you too." I checked the monitors one more time. "They've positioned men at every exit. We go out, we're walking into a kill box." "Not if we control the encounter." Knox pulled up a schematic on his phone. "There's an emergency tunnel. Leads to the garage. We can flank them, take out their command post before they realize we're not coming through the main door." "And Marlowe?"
Marcus is with her. They can seal their room completely. No ventilation until we give the all clear." He looked at me. "But this is dangerous, Ivy. More dangerous than the firefight earlier. If you want to stay—" "I'm going," I said firmly. "Partners, remember?" He smiled, dark and fierce. "Partners." We moved through the tunnel quietly, weapons ready. It was narrow, dark, claustrophobic, but it led exactly where Knox said it would, to the garage behind Silas's position. We could hear them through the walls. Silas's voice, confident and smug. 30 minutes, Morrison, then your sister dies." Knox looked at me. I nodded. We burst through the door together, guns raised. Silas Crane stood in the center of the garage, surrounded by his remaining men. His eyes widened when he saw us. "Surprise," Knox said coldly. "Drop your weapons. Now." For a long moment, nobody moved. Then Silas smiled. "Very clever, both of you. I underestimated your ability to work together." His eyes flicked to me. "You thought you'd betray him again." I thought wrong. "So it seems." Silas gestured, and his men lowered their weapons. "It appears we're at an impasse." "Not quite," Knox said. "You're going to walk out of here. Take your men, leave New York. And if I ever see you again, if you ever come near my family or my wife, I will end you slowly." "And why would I agree to that?" "Because the alternative is I kill you right now. But I'm giving you a choice. Because unlike you, I don't enjoy unnecessary violence." Silas studied us both. Then he laughed. "You've changed, Morrison. Love has made you soft." "Or dangerous," I said. "People who have something to lose fight harder. Remember that." Silas looked at me for a long moment. Then he nodded. "Very well. You win this round. But this isn't over, Morrison." "Yes," Knox said quietly. "It is." And he pulled the trigger. Silas went down, a perfect shot through the heart. His men scattered, but Knox's backup, hidden in the rafters, took them out efficiently. In less than 30 seconds, it was over. Knox lowered his gun and turned to me. "I lied," he said, "about giving him a choice. This was always going to end with him dead." "I know," I said, "and I'm glad you did it." He pulled me into his arms, and we stood there in the garage, surrounded by bodies and blood, holding each other like we'd never let go. We'd survived. Together. Chapter 8. The Reconstruction. Ivy. "Marlowe wants to meet you properly," Knox said, pouring us both whiskey. "When she's feeling better. She says she needs to interrogate the woman who tamed her terrifying brother." "I didn't tame you," I said, accepting the glass. "You're still terrifying." "Good." He sat beside me on the leather sofa. I'd hate to lose my edge. We sat in silence for a moment, sipping our drinks. It should have been comfortable. Instead, it felt awkward,
like we were strangers trying to figure out how to be around each other. "This is weird," I said, finally. "Yeah," Knox laughed. "We've destroyed enemies together. We've survived assassination attempts. We've made love in a panic room while people tried to kill us. But sitting here, having a normal conversation, feels impossible." "Maybe we're not good at normal," I suggested. "Definitely not." He set down his glass and turned to face me. "So let's not try to be. Let's figure out what works for us, instead of trying to fit into some conventional relationship model. What does that look like?" "I don't know." He reached out and took my hand. "I know I want you in my life. I know I trust you, really trust you. Not strategically or conditionally. I know that when things went to hell, you stood beside me. And I know that I want to build something with you. Something real. Even though we're both damaged and manipulative and probably terrible for each other in a dozen different ways, especially because of that." Knox pulled me closer. "We understand each other, Ivy. The darkness, the control issues, the inability to ever fully let our guard down. Most people would run from that. But we recognize it," I finished. "We see it in each other, and we don't flinch." "Exactly." I set down my own glass and straddled his lap, facing him. His hands came to rest on my hips, steadying me. "I have conditions." "Of course you do," he smiled. "Name them."
No more secrets. If you're planning something, tell me. If you're worried about something, tell me. If you want to kill someone... Okay, maybe give me a heads up on that one." Knox laughed. "Fair enough. What else?" "I want to be involved in your business, not running it, but knowing about it. Being your partner in that too, not just your wife." "I can live with that." His hands moved up my back. "Anything else?" "I want Thursdays." He blinked. "Thursdays?" "One day a week where we're just normal. We cook dinner together, watch movies, do boring couple things. No business, no plotting, no analyzing. Just us being regular people." Knox studied my face. "You really want that?" "I really want that," I said quietly. "I want to know what we're like when we're not fighting or running or destroying things. I want to know if we can just be." "Okay. Thursdays are ours." "And I have conditions too," Knox said. "Let's hear them." "When you're angry with me, tell me. Don't analyze me. Don't try to manipulate me into admitting what's wrong. Just tell me." I winced. "That's going to be hard. My default is always to analyze." "I know. Mine is to strategize. We're both going to have to work against our instincts." He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. "But I need to know you'll try." "I'll try. I promise." "And one more thing." Knox's expression went serious. "When things get hard, and they will get hard, don't run. Fight with me. Scream at me. Throw things if you need to, but don't disappear. Don't shut me out." "I won't. I promise." "But you have to promise the same thing. No shutting down. No going cold and distant." "Deal." He kissed me, soft and sweet. "So, are we doing this? Really doing this?" "I think we are. God help us both."
"We don't need God," Knox said, standing with me, still wrapped around him. "We have each other. That's terrifying enough."
We ordered Thai food, ate it sitting on the kitchen floor because Ivy had somehow destroyed every dish in the penthouse, watched a documentary about criminal psychology that Ivy picked apart with professional glee. It was messy and imperfect and nothing like what a normal couple's Thursday night would look like. It was perfect. Later that night, lying in bed with Ivy curled against my side, I thought about how far we'd come. We'd started as enemies, become reluctant allies, turned into lovers who were still half convinced they were supposed to destroy each other. And now we were, what? Partners? Husband and wife for real this time, not just as cover? I didn't have a name for what we were, but I knew it was real. "Stop thinking so loud," Ivy murmured sleepily. "I can hear your brain working." Sorry. I ran my fingers through her hair. Just reflecting. On what? On how I planned to break you, and you planned to break me, and somehow we both succeeded. She lifted her head to look at me. Did we succeed? Yeah. We broke each other down, destroyed all the walls and defenses and carefully constructed personas. We saw each other at our absolute worst and somehow decided to stay anyway. I would spend the rest of my life protecting her, not because she needed protection. She was more than capable of taking care of herself, but because she deserved someone who would stand beside her, who would fight for her, who would choose her every single day, even when it was hard, especially when it was hard. We hadn't broken each other. We'd broken ourselves free. Free from our pasts, from our fears, from the need to always be in control, always be strategizing, always be one step ahead. With each other, we could just be. Broken, flawed, damaged, but honest. And for the first time in my life, that felt like enough. dangerous. I could hear the smile in his voice. About how different this is from where we started, from who we were. Knox rested his chin on my shoulder. Do you miss it? The city? The chaos? The constant strategizing? Sometimes, I admitted, not the violence or the danger, but the intellectual challenge, the feeling of being 3 steps ahead of everyone else. That's why you started writing. I glanced at the laptop on the small desk in the corner. My manuscript was open on the screen. A manuscript about psychological manipulation, power dynamics, and the ethics of interrogation. Part memoir, part academic analysis, completely anonymous. It helps, I said, putting it all down, analyzing it from a distance, understanding what I did, why I did it. And what have you concluded? Knox asked. That I was brilliant at breaking people, because I was so broken myself. That I could identify weaknesses in others because I was intimate with my own. I turned in his arms to face him, and that the only person who ever really broke me was you. Because you saw all of it, all the damage and manipulation and darkness, and you loved me anyway. Knox kissed me softly. For the record, you broke me too, completely, and I've never been happier. We're such a mess, I said, laughing. The best kind of mess. He pulled me toward the kitchen. Come on, breakfast is ready, and Marlo is visiting today. She'll want to hear about your progress on the book. Marlo. The treatment had worked. Against all odds that cancer was in remission. She was still weak, still recovering, but she was alive. Thriving, even. In a cottage 2 miles down the coast where she spent her days painting and teaching herself Irish Gaelic. Knox had his sister back. That alone made everything worth it. Later, after breakfast, after Marlo had visited and left again, Knox and I walked along the cliffs. The wind whipped my hair around my face, and the salt spray from the ocean stung my eyes, but I'd never felt more at peace. I've been thinking too, Knox said, taking my hand. About what? About the future, about what comes next for us. I stopped walking and turned to face him. The ocean stretched out behind him, endless and gray and beautiful. What do you want to come next? I want mornings like this. I want to watch you write your book and know that you're finally processing everything you've been through. I want Thursdays where we pretend to be normal and fail spectacularly. He paused, and I want to marry you again. My heart skipped. We're already married. That was a business transaction that turned into something else. I want to marry you for real this time. No hidden agendas, no manipulation. Just 2 people who love each other, making a promise. Knox reached into his pocket and pulled out a small velvet box. Inside was a simple platinum band. No diamonds, no ostentation. Just a circle of metal that caught the gray light and held it. I know we already have rings, but those were from before, from when we were pretending. I want you to have something that's real. Tears blurred my vision. Knox. Ivy Harlow Morrison, he said, dropping to one knee on the rocky cliff path. Will you marry me again? For real this time. I laughed through my tears. You're insane! Completely. Is that a yes? Yes, I said, pulling him to his feet and kissing him. Yes, I'll marry you again, as many times as you want. He slipped the ring onto my finger, and it fit perfectly. Of course it did. Knox never did anything without careful planning. Some things never changed. Knox.
That night, we lay in bed in our small cottage, listening to the wind howl around the eaves and the ocean crash against the rocks below. Ivy was curled against my side, playing with the new ring on her finger. "Tell me the truth," she said quietly. "Do you miss it? The power, the control, the empire?" I thought about it. Really thought about it. "Sometimes," I admitted. "Not the violence, not the constant danger, but the certainty of it. Knowing exactly who I was and what I was supposed to be doing. And now?"
I thought about it, about the fear that still lived in both of us, the knowledge that we were capable of terrible things, that our default settings were manipulation and control. No, I said honestly, I don't think we'll ever stop being afraid of that. But I think we can choose to trust each other anyway, every day, even when it's hard. That's all we can do, isn't it? Ivy said. Choose each other. Keep choosing each other. Yeah, that's all we can do. And so far, we're doing pretty well. We haven't killed each other yet, Ivy agreed. That's the bar we're setting, not murdering each other. Given where we started, it's actually pretty impressive. I laughed. Fair point. The rain intensified, drumming against the roof with a sound like applause. Lightning flashed over the ocean, illuminating the room in brief, stark bursts. Ivy moved closer, seeking warmth and comfort in the storm. I want to tell you something, she said. I'm listening. I used to think that love was weakness, that caring about someone gave them power over you, that vulnerability was the same as defeat. My father taught me that, every day, with the way he manipulated my mother. And now, I asked quietly. Now, I know that love can be strength too, that choosing to be vulnerable with someone you trust isn't weakness, it's courage. And that the person who really has power over me isn't the one who knows my weaknesses. It's the one who sees them and loves me anyway. My throat tightened. Ivy, you taught me that. You and your impossible refusal to give up on me even when I was actively trying to destroy you. You showed me that strength and vulnerability can coexist. That I can be both the woman who survived by never letting anyone in and the woman who chooses to let you in every single day. I pulled her on top of me, looking up into those green eyes that had haunted me from the first moment I'd seen her.
You want to know what you taught me? I asked. Tell me. You taught me that control is an illusion, that no matter how much I plan and strategize and prepare, life will still surprise me, and that the best surprise of my life was falling in love with someone who understood my darkness because she had her own, someone who didn't need me to be perfect, just real. Ivy kissed me, slow and deep and full of promise. And as we made love while the storm raged outside, I thought about how far we'd come, from enemies to allies to lovers to partners, from people who'd been sent to destroy each other to people who'd chosen to build something together instead. We were still broken in some ways, still carried our scars, still had moments where our old instincts took over and we had to consciously choose trust over strategy. But we chose it, every day, every moment, every time fear whispered that we should protect ourselves instead of each other. We chose love. And that choice, that daily, conscious, terrifying choice, made all the difference.
You want to know what you taught me? I asked. Tell me. You taught me that control is an illusion, that no matter how much I plan and strategize and prepare, life will still surprise me, and that the best surprise of my life was falling in love with someone who understood my darkness because she had her own. Someone who didn't need me to be perfect, just real. Ivy kissed me, slow and deep and full of promise. And as we made love while the storm raged outside, I thought about how far we'd come. From enemies to allies to lovers to partners. From people who'd been sent to destroy each other to people who'd chosen to build something together instead. We were still broken in some ways, still carried our scars, still had moments where our old instincts took over and we had to consciously choose trust over strategy. But we chose it. Every day, every moment, every time fear whispered that we should protect ourselves instead of each other. We chose love. And that choice, that daily, conscious, terrifying choice, made all the difference. In the morning, I woke to find Ivy already up, standing at the window with her coffee, watching the sunrise paint the ocean gold and pink. I came up behind her and wrapped my arms around her waist, resting my chin on her shoulder. Beautiful, I murmured. It is, she agreed. I was talking about you.
And standing
She
there
laughed
in our small
and turned
cottage,
in my arms,
watching the sunrise
still charming
over
me,
the
Morrison.
Irish Sea.
Always,
I knew with
I said.
absolute certainty
It's in my
that
nature.
this was exactly
Good
where
thing
we
I
were
like your
supposed
nature.
to be.
She kissed me
Not
softly.
broken, not
All of it.
fixed,
The charming
just
parts, and the
free.
controlling parts,
together.
and the terrifying parts. Even the parts that
end.
tried to break you. Especially those. Because they taught me what I'm made of. And because you stopped trying the moment it mattered. We both stopped. I corrected. We broke each other free instead. We broke each other free, she repeated, softly. Like a prayer. Like a promise.